My allergy. I was on that week.
We definitely don't need to worry about those coming home. Yeah, that one doesn't matter at all.
White spot.
Yep.
Drop slide.
Okay, and then which slide am I cutting to?
No slide. We're cutting the slide. We're just showing the room
Oh, okay.
and we're having Jim, he's gonna start.
Okay.
We do need to be able to see the people's faces. So
Okay.
he needs to be able to see not the slide, but he needs to see this. He needs to see these people.
He does?
Yes, because that screen.
Okay.
That real quick. So he-
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. For the recommendation of the industry, Forestry. We are ready to go. Apologies for the slight delay.
Okay, can everyone hear me okay? Okay. Good morning, welcome to the April 27, 2023 retreat for the Board of Forestry. For the record, I'm Jim Kelly and serve as the chair of the board. Today I will perform a roll call, but remind everyone that public meetings serve as a planning retreat and no formal decisions will be made. Additionally, no public comment will be available. I'd also like to say we had a fabulous day out in the field yesterday, so let's just try to keep that positive energy and imagine ourselves surrounded by green trees. Okay. Today we are live streaming this event on YouTube. So to make sure our viewers online can follow along with our hybrid proceedings, I'll go over some best practices. Everyone participating in the hybrid retreat, please silence your cell phones and let background noise. Remember to do what I'm telling other people. Do not stop. Remember to mute yourself when you are not speaking, and for online participants, disable your video when not providing comment. For the record, we ask everyone participating today to state their names using the available microphones, and those listening online can hopefully track our commentary. If you experience technical issues, use the chat function on Zoom to connect with our OBF host during this event. With some of our participants being in person and others online, we will do our best to honor break and announce our times when reconvening or returning to retreat. Instead of the traditional roll call process, we'd like everyone seated around the tables to announce their position for the record. Then we will open it up for morning comments. And I would like it if we could start with our online participants. Then who wants to go? Brenda, are you there?
I am here, present by video. Thank you.
And Darling?
Van Darmling, present by video.
Chandra?
Hi, Chandra Ferrari, present by video.
And we have other online participants. ODF.
Brian Gordon is here from ODF. Good morning.
Anyone else? All right, we will then go, everyone introducing themselves, who is here at our table. We'll start with straightforward.
Good morning. My name is Cal Mukamoto. I'm the Oregon State Forestry.
Dr. Bernard, Forestry Research Division Chief, Department of Forestry.
That's very good.
Dr. Bernard, Forestry Research Division Chief for the Oregon Department of Forestry.
Morning, Joe Justice, board member. Good morning, Matt Harden, the district forester for the Northeast Oregon District, sitting in for Brian Peters.
Good morning, Vivek Powell, board member.
I'm not sure if I can
Here's
get them. Let me see.
Good morning, Mike Shaw, Chief of Fire Protection for ODF.
I'm Jessica Butler, internal auditor for ODF.
Ryan Greco, Oregon Department of Forestry, the board subcommittee report.
Dave Larson, Southern Oregon Area Director. Good morning, everyone. Mike Wilson, State Forest Division Chief.
Carla Chambers, board member, present in this, as Liz said, beautiful valley and beautiful location here in Eastern Oregon.
Good morning, Joy Crossan, Public Affairs Director for ODF. Hi, everyone, Robin Harkless with Oregon Consensus.
Okay, we're there. We're going to start. I'm going to introduce, but our facilitator for the day, Robin, and she's got a few things to say, and then we'll follow that up. Cal and I will both have some comments about our intent for the day. So let's turn it over to you first, Robin.
Thanks so much, Jim. And I actually want to quickly turn it over to folks who had the pleasure of going on the tour yesterday. We had 3 stops. Followed by a really rich conversation at a community event last night in Joseph. And, the anchor point for today's conversation around the forestry program for Oregon, we want to sort of focus on resilient communities. And that was really a topic and theme that was started throughout the tour and the conversations that happened yesterday. I really want to thank Matt and all of the surrounding partners that really helped make that happen yesterday. Want to thank the universe for the beautiful weather that we were graced with. It was just a real pleasure to be here and to experience and hear about all the great work that's happening on the ground. So I wanted to just open with an invitation to our board members and to members of the executive team that are here with us, who were able to attend, and just share some highlights and some takeaways that that really struck you, that might kind of help us set the tone, some of the themes for the conversation today. So I see Joe's coming up. We'll start with Joe. Okay. Yes.
Right, getting a little bit organized around here, but I just wanted to say and thank everybody for the tour yesterday. There's a tremendous amount of work involved in putting one of these things on. I really want to special thanks to Matt and his at the district here for the work that they did in putting this tour together. I think we had a fantastic tour. ODFW was involved in the tour. I want to thank them. The NESPERS, we had some very thoughtful comments from the NESPERS representative. It was very, very powerful, very powerful to me, frankly. A lot of resources, really. I mean, and Nils, it's fun to see Nils and talk to Nils, and he's somebody that I had the pleasure, Jim and I had the pleasure of serving with on this board. And very, very passionate about forestry issues in Michigan. And I also want to thank the department and board for giving Manulife the opportunity to showcase some of the work that we're doing. So Manulife's very proud of what we do in Michigan and some of the unique things that we're doing over here. And I'm just very thankful that we had the opportunity to showcase those things to the board members. And I especially want to thank the board members that attended in person here today. That's important to me. It's important to this community. It's important to rural areas that when you see what's happening out here and you can experience what they're experiencing firsthand, get that firsthand kind of information. Matt and I talked about, when we talked about having a board meeting in Northeast Oregon, we talked about where that might be. Northeast Oregon is a big place, right? And but it was very obvious to Matt and I that it need to be well accounted. There's some forests are incredibly important to this community. I just can't say enough. And I knew that we would have this kind of participation like we saw last night. That was exciting. The energy that we saw in that room, the passion that we saw in that room, the importance of these forests to this county is. It was incredibly obvious. Even I'm speaking for Matt here. He said just the energy last night at that social. And if you think about the size of this county, 7,500 people. I think Jim and I were talking about Grant County, about similar size. I would imagine we would have a similar response in Grant County if we came and talked about forestry issues and the passion that's there. But it's amazing with the small county, the kind of participation, active participation in engagement. It was exciting. Things. What did I learn? And a lot of things didn't surprise me what I learned, but I think it's worth noting some things that obviously forests are critically important to these counties. And Nils talked about 50%, 58% of the landscape in Northeast or in Wallowa County is federal. And so the future of these counties are linked to these forests. What's going to happen with these counties are linked to these rural counties. And we talked a lot about the importance of active management. I think in every stop that we talked about active management. We talked about how these lands have been actively managed since time, immemorial. I mean, it's been actively managed, and we don't think about that, but people on this landscape have been managing this land for thousands of years. The other thing I really think about is the importance of relationships, and that really, this county, Northeast Oregon in general, we work very, very hard at relationships, building relationships, cultivating relationships, and that's how we build solution space, to figure out problems that we all face. It's obvious to many people that our federal lands, Latah County, New Hampshire, and Nils very eloquently talked about that. We need significant understory, thinning to address these forests that are in decline across this county, across the west, across Oregon. And we have to figure out ways by which that we can do that, which includes commercial harvest and non-commercial harvest, to address this at a scale that really matters. And that's something I think this board has heard me say time and time again. And it's something that I guess I would just challenge this board. And really, this is the appropriate time to be thinking about this. Is this strategic plan for Oregon? How do we want to talk about this moving forward with Oregon and forests, especially these ones that are in such decline across the West? Thanks.
Am I on? Okay, great. So this is actually, when I drive around Oregon, most of the time, I'm redriving areas that I've been to a number of times, but when Cal and I drove up from Pendleton, once I left Pendleton, it was all new road. And that's pretty exciting to me. I've had friends who have had assignments there that I never got to visit when they had assignments in the Forest Service. So it was beautiful, and this trip was a gift. So thank you for hosting it here. It was a new experience. A number of people asked me what was my takeaway from yesterday, and it was the benefit and the resiliency, and just the beauty of the working landscapes and people of place. And heard from a number of people who, when I looked at these farms, there were these beautiful rich soils and so well maintained. I think I turned to Matt and I said, you got to marry into that, right? These aren't sold. You got to marry into that. It's true. And they're so valuable. And there's a sense of generational care for these lands. On our last stop, we were there at the moraine, and this landscape that is beloved to many people and an attraction to many people who are coming into the side. And on that side, when I think of generational communities, we had an individual from Nez Perce, Misaki, who came and talked with us too. And he reminded us of a number of things. And some of the things that he reminded us of is when in government thing, it's a government to government relationship. But and he reminded us they're not stakeholders. They always have been on the land. And he talked about when the early settlers came here, it was already maintained that the tribe had a relationship with that. And he emphasized that it was a maintenance relationship. And I just thought the way that he explained that, and that reminder for us was really, really important. So that's what I really took away from it, that these working landscapes can be a really positive contribution to resilience of these landscapes. Thank you. Yesterday was just a great day, and Joe, thank you, and to the entire team over here for putting that together. We were at Oregon State in March, and Joe, it's 8 hours from here to Corvallis, and it's 8 hours from Corvallis to here. So it's an honor to be here, and it's a privilege to be here. But sometimes I have to remind myself that forest products and forestry is one of our 3 leading industries in Oregon. And we have this major competitive advantage in, we're #1 in US production of softwood and plywood and we're leaders in engineering wood products, and we have the top college of forestry in the world. And, you know, half of our land base in the whole state of Oregon is in trees. And we just have this amazing competitive advantage with this natural resource. And then we go out onto the landscape like yesterday. I took 8 pages of notes. And, you know, I heard about a declining workforce, and we've lost 60 of the 69 mills in this region. And there's no market for many of these wood products. And just the increased wildfire risk and transportation disadvantage getting this wood to markets. And the loss of talent and the increase in, you know, tree disease. And I'm trying to reconcile this in my mind. And what I see at the heart of these issues is federal forest policy that really created a lot of this. And as policymakers, what is our role to do no more harm? And what is our role to make a difference here? And, you know, I just see that there's a lot of opportunity. When I listened to people last night, and yesterday, people aren't looking for a handout. They're looking for some help, in my opinion, in American innovation and resourcefulness and innovation. And it was just a pleasure to listen to the active integrated management system yesterday. How smart cows are being integrated into forest practices with some of this new technology that's readily available at, you know, Tillamook dairies and in New Zealand, but how cool it is to see these integrated systems coming back in forest policy. So it was a pleasure to be out on the landscape yesterday and to listen to all those players. Thank you.
Any other comments from executive team or board members? Open comments? Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, thanks. And, you know, it really struck me on the tour yesterday, all of these, you know, as we get into this work today, it really is not about 20, 30 years ago. It's about where we are and what we're going to do going forward. And we've got so much to work with. And I think that's really what we saw. There's a lot to do here. And then, you know, really on the laptop struck me, like, yeah, you know, people as part of this. This isn't just extracting. And I think this was brought up in the activity. You know, we talked about this there. What's our relationship with the forest? And how do we, I don't know, how do we express that through the work that we're doing here? But, you know, especially in that vein and people being part of the landscape, that we're all part of the landscape. And as opposed to just taking from it, I think that's really important when you really resonate with that.
I'd like to invite Jim and Callie to the conversation.
Yeah, building on what I had heard from Joe and Carla, I've been thinking about the reality that we as a board, and my understanding coming onto the board originally was, you know, what does ODF do? What's the board in charge of and not in charge of? And so obviously ODS operations, fire, private land, and state owned lands are all things that we have direct authority over. And you know, formally little to no authority except through our good neighbor authority with federal lands. But as I've spent time on this board, I have it's been reinforced over and over how much of the things we are responsible for are affected by federal policy. So we really want to encourage us to have this all land today. And also, as I thought about this, I've come to the point where I recognize that we do not have formally a board representing Oregonians or forest policy, you know, in general, including federal forest policy. And the reality is, we're as close as it gets. And with that, I don't think we should be bashful in terms of our attempts to influence federal policy as much as it affects everything that we're dealing with and that those others have attested to. So now I've gotten to a place where I'm kind of clear-headed about it, and I hope we all are, and I hope that helps guide us in like the conversation today. A few thoughts around just what we can accomplish today. My main interest is that we're just trying to make sure we're covering the bases and getting everything out there that needs to be included in this plan. I don't want us to go down the rat holes of conversations about, is this a value or is this a goal or is this a strategy? Let's try to try to get things recorded in there and not worry about any of those definitions or about metrics or any of that. Joy was pointing out to me yesterday, also good to remind ourselves, let's not get too concerned about what's possible and what's not. Let's not focus on all the reasons why something might not be possible in this conversation. We always face plenty of that, but we'll try to set a lot of that aside today. Yeah.
Thanks, Jim. Well, I think this is a wonderful opportunity for us to continue this good work. If we take a look at what we're trying to accomplish today, we need to keep kind of, I agree with Jim, a more of a broad approach to this. But thinking about what do we want to accomplish? How do we see Oregon in the future? And with what we're focusing on today with talking about the plan, we're not only talking about the larger vision missions, but we're also talking about goals. And goals will define what we achieve, will define how we visualize Oregon. Again, this is a great opportunity because we have the EP members here, and this is a great opportunity, and we thank the board for allowing us to participate in this, that we can help co-define that. And it also provides us with a basis for going into the future, understanding the context by which we should be making decisions. When I headed the subcommittee last week on this plan, we talked about strategies, we talked about tactics and things like that, but there's no way we're going to be able to cover every decision that we're going to make over the time of this plan. But what we do today and how we visualize, how we define goals, what we need to accomplish is what's going to guide us in the future as far as how we look at this plan. I do want to link in a couple of things here. One, yesterday was fantastic. And I have to, again, I want to point out Matt, thank you for that. It was a good basis for today's discussion. And another thing is I ran into people I hadn't seen in a long time, and it just reminded me how small this forestry world is in Oregon. There was so many, I sold logs to, and I've known that guy for 25 years. And I think anybody who's worked in this industry knows that these are long-standing relationships, and it's great to run into these people. But what it also says that there is a fabric of forestry in this state. And just as Joe has said, and Mills, in fact, Mills, I go way back with Mills too, but also that the success of this county is based in forestry. It's the same thing. The success of Oregon is based in forestry because we have the same ratio. Well, a little bit more, I think, statewide or federal lands. And so I agree with the chair. Don't limit yourself in thinking about this stuff because of what, we're the best platform for talking about forestry. And in fact, the state wants us to talk about that. So that's my intent for the day. Thank you, Chair Kelly.
Also want to acknowledge the work that's been done so far by our subcommittee and also by the executive team staff. I was impressed as I read through some of what had been prepared. The executive team on the principal looked like great work has taken place there. Some of the writing, particularly in the climate section, I think Danny's also responsible. I'm told, just really well said in my view. Looking at all that. And lastly, I just wanted to mention in terms of process today, and remind us all, that we're going down a different road than we ever have before. It has been the board alone put together this document, and the executive team sitting in a deferential position, and yes, we will do whatever you say, Holy Board. And we've changed that. I think the process seems to be working. It's great. From prior experience, I think when we're all together, executive team members tend to be a little quieter and a little more deferential. So let's get over ourselves and be active participants. And if you're not, we will put you on the spot and make you into, and that also includes, Carla was mentioning this morning, and it's really important, looking at you, Matt, that we hear from voices in the field, and you're hearing that, and that includes today. So please, yeah, those of you who are out there, we need you to be active participants today.
And I'll just add on to that as a first 1.5 year board member of ODF. I will attend to ask Naeem and crazy questions of you all, and please don't take offense.
Well, with that, just really appreciate all of the kind of thoughtful reflections from yesterday. And I would echo, I think some of the themes really were around the interdependency of communities with the landscape. And somebody mentioned that was speaking yesterday, this is about heart, it's not an academic or paper exercise. And maybe that's one of the tones that we can bring to this conversation today, to not try to kind of get it right on paper, but actually really lean in and think about really what all of Oregonians need from all of you setting policy for forestry in Oregon. So an invitation to keep this tent big, both in the types of issues that you're thinking about, and also the people that you're thinking about, and each other. So executive team, board members really leaning into this conversation and not trying to find the answer, but as Jim suggested, maybe just trying to get everything out on the table so you have a really rich kind of body of work to work with. And I know that will be appreciated by the subcommittee who's been sort of driving this forestry program for Oregon effort. I do want to acknowledge Ben and Brenda and Joe, who have been the board members, as you know, who've been who signed on to kind of provide a little extra steering and leadership in this work. And also from the executive team, we've had Ryan Gordon and Mike Wilson and Ray Greco, who have been really leading in, along with some of the ODF technical staff who've been scribing and tracking and really helping to kind of keep this thing moving forward. So what you received as a draft really is the body of work that subcommittee has been working on. And how we'll anchor today's conversation really is, okay, it's been a while since we've all kind of come back and looked at what's happened since you started these conversations back in October. We've got a few updates, but probably a good time for the subcommittee to share just a little bit of a walkthrough, not detailed, but just a little bit of a walkthrough of what they've produced so far. It's very much iterative process, very much not to the point where we're wordsmithing or editing the document itself, but it is a layout of sort of what's to come. And then in the afternoon, we'll use some time together to anchor into one of the goals, which you'll see is around resilient communities, which seems really appropriate for just adding on to the conversations from yesterday. So that's really the lay of the land for the day. And we'll do our best. We have, several folks that are not here in the room with us. So we're going to do our best to make sure that we can all try to feel like we're in the room together. So I just ask everyone to show a little patience with that. We may need to slow things down just a little bit to make sure we've got everyone in this discussion and they're all sort of in the tent together. Liz, you had a question?
Yeah, just before the subcommittee starts out, it's been a while since we rolled this through this. Can someone briefly just say, what is the role of the subcommittee? How do you see your role? Just briefly.
Go ahead, John.
I guess I'll try, and Brenda and Ben weigh in. I guess if I I'll try. I see this as us trying to put together a framework. Right now, we're just trying to put together a framework to have a broader discussion as a board and help the board, guide the board onto a path. But I think it's imminent, or it's important that as other board members are part of the subcommittee, if you see something within this that, you know, you feel like it's not complete, or, you know, like Robin says, make sure that we're talking about all the different things we maybe need. If we're missing something, I guess that's what I would just throw out. If you're seeing something we're missing here, or you don't understand something, we've had, you know, some subcommittee meetings. I appreciate the staff and how they're trying to get what we're trying to need, and it can be somewhat confusing, quite frankly, when the three of us are sometimes discussing what we're trying to see here. But you know, we've tried to break this down. Really using climate smart forestry as a lens to this document, and as kind of an undertone or a lens. And I think we've talked about this in past retreats. That was fun. So you are seeing the development of that basic framework was really fun. And Ben and Brenda, you want to offer anything?
Is that helping us to sort of orient back to what it is? Yeah, and really, I would just offer, it's also been a quite collaborative space for the executive team and board to merge this effort. So it's been a really good smaller group setting for that to happen. So hopefully that will fan out across all of you. So with that, again, please, let's not do wordsmithing and editing of a document today. That's really not the tone that we're trying to, you know, that's not going to help us accomplish what we want to accomplish, but let's keep the conversation sort of broader and bolder. But I would invite subcommittee members to help just orient us to what you've produced so far. You do have a draft. I think what has evolved since you last saw this is a little bit of work that the executive team did to think about sort of organizational perspective on what principles and purpose agency has for this work. And then the subcommittee worked to develop a set of goal themes, if you will. So that's been several iterations of conversation that landed where it did, which is what you'll see in the document. So I don't want to put you on the spot, but I would, just as an attempt to kind of bring Brenda and Ben into the discussion, even Ryan, if you're able. Do you want to just help kind of guide us through just generally where you've been over the last couple of months with this work, and maybe just kind of anchor us, try to get us anchored into the one around our resilient community?
Sure, I'll jump in and start, and just thank you all for accommodating us on Zoom here. I'm really bummed to not be out there. It sounds like you guys had an amazing time yesterday, and I really appreciate modern technology and patience with this. So I appreciate being here remotely. For me, or for us, I feel like when it comes to the goals, we really had a hope to keep this whole document short, concise, accessible, and as part of that, really trying to limit the goal themes. And we're calling them, using goal themes, they're goals, but you know, we have 4, and I think the hope was that's not the magic number, but that we necessarily need, but the hope really was to have very few goals that were big picture and really laid out what we're going for with this project. And same with the mission, vision, values portion of really trying to keep it as concise as possible. And some of the things we've struggled with, or I've struggled with, is trying to use the right language, but not get too technical, and not just sort of layer on lots of technical words that add up to a bunch of different things, but to try to make this accessible and understandable to as broad an audience as possible. So those are just a couple thoughts from me on this work we've been doing, is how do we get at those big picture ideas and the full, like Jim said, the full suite of forests in Oregon. This is an all lands project, but with some very distinct basic framework themes of these goals here. So those are a couple opening thoughts.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. This is Brenda McComb for the record. I certainly agree with everything that Ben and Joe said. In fact, the work of the committee I found to be remarkably fruitful in terms of the depth of discussions and the level of agreement among us. So I think it is just a great committee to work with. I echo Ben's regrets at not being out there in Eastern Oregon. I too wish I could be there right now. I had a family issue come up unexpectedly and it's keeping me back here, but certainly is a beautiful part of the state out there. So the only thing I would add relative to the FPFO work that's been done so far is that I think there is a general recognition that the foundational goal that allows us to achieve all other goals is that we have and maintain and adapt functional ecosystems in forests across the state, and recognizing that they are different forests across the state. And so the functions and the structure are going to vary. The other thing I would add is that I think there's a recognition among the folks working on this that it will be a vision that will change over time. What we set as goals, and more particularly as what we set as strategies, will change, and they're going to have to change, which means that this needs to be a living document. If this is a document that is drafted, finalized, voted on, and set on a shelf, then we will not have done our job. We need to come back to this regularly and continue to adapt it as needed. Those are just a few quick thoughts, but I'm really anxious to listen to the discussion today about what the rest of the group here sees as the future of forestry in Oregon for all Oregonians on all lands, private, state, federal, NGO, people in cities and people in the rural areas. Thank you.
Well, I might address that. I think that's right, Brenda. And you know, the last meeting in Corvallis and yesterday, I think have had just a real impactful it's really impacted my thinking on how we might look at this. And a month ago, we heard about financial conflict 360 around us. You know, we have every county commissioner, we had 150 people in that room asking us to do better on this HCP. It's real, that's about finances, it's about community health, community resiliency. This own agency's budget is not strong. A lot of concern around finances, but directly related to forest policy. And you know, yesterday we've had such a discussion yesterday on, you know, passive versus active management. Well, there's a real discussion to be ferreted out there. And you know, it's a conflict point, but we heard and we saw on the ground yesterday the impacts of not managing these forests. And you know, last month and yesterday, it hit me, just do no more harm with forest policy. Is how do we turn the corner of forest policy at the state and federal level, or our impact on federal policy? And Jim, I agree with you, we have a role to play there, and our mandate gives us that role. But how do we do no more harm? Because certainly we've seen that harm for 40 years. And we come into an economy, your county commissioner last night told me his budget's $25 million. And I asked him what it was when he had 69 mills in this, you know, in this area. We can see and feel and watch the economic damage of these timber dependent counties as this policy has really impacted them, as these policies have just spiraled down this industry. And so this rural urban divide is not just a myth. This is having grown up in Central Oregon, which is only halfway, you know, halfway to where we are today. these forests and these rural communities are such a vital impact to these economies. And we need to broaden our tent on how we think about this policy and who our constituents really are when we're talking. When I see the list and we see the forest, industry at the bottom of the list, I want to see that the people and the communities and the industry at the top of the list, because in these forest dependent counties, their health is a function of, how well we've accomplished our job. We have a big task here.
Yeah, and Joe, just for the record, Brenda, thanks for pointing out, all this is foundational to the first goal is functional and dynamic ecosystems on the landscape, and that's without those, we can't have anything else. And so that initial goal, thanks for pointing it out, Brenda. Remind me of that, about that and the subcommittee has had a lot of conversation about that, is that really that's foundational to the Forestry Plan for Oregon is what is our vision about what are functional dynamic ecosystems? What does that mean? I think we're going to need to be, talk about that and have an open and honest conversation about what that means to all of us. And so that we can come to some agreement as to what this document can mean or can be. And I think the other thing we talked about also is that this document is bold. We are willing to be bold in this document. This is because of the importance of this very subject we're talking about. We need to be bold, but I'll just stop there.
So Ryan, I said you came, oh, I'm sorry, Brenda's got her hand up and then I'd like to. Go ahead, Brenda.
Thank you. This is Brenda. I just got a note from Hillary that this is too loud. So if it is, let me know and I'll try to adjust this mic. A couple of quick reactions. One is relative to constituencies. Land ownership plays a big role there, right? So if it's National Forest, BLM, Fish and Wildlife Service, the constituency is every citizen of the US, as well as the local folks, no doubt. And if it's state forest, then the constituency is all Oregonians, as well as local folks, no doubt. And if it's NGO lands, then it's those members of the non-government organization that owns those lands. And if it's a private landowner, it's that person following state policies regarding their management of those lands. So I think we need to make sure that when we think about how we have an all lands perspective, we need to recognize that the constituency varies among them. And the other point that I just want to follow up on Joe's comment. Yeah, Joe, I mean, the way that these forests will function as functional ecosystems to provide all the other benefits that we want is going to differ among those forests, and it's going to especially differ over time as climates continue to change. And that's especially true out where you all are right now, and in Central Oregon as well. Maybe less so along the coast, but still we're starting to see changes as I look out my window on the east side of the Coast Range that are rather sobering. So what constitutes a functional ecosystem varies by forest type, and it's going to vary over time as climates change. And I think we just need to make sure that we keep that in mind. Otherwise, all the other goals that we hope to achieve will be moot.
So Ryan, I was hoping that you could speak to both just reminder to folks of what the Climate Smart lens is. It's in here, but just a quick reminder of that. And then maybe just share a little bit about the work, and Mike Wilson, I invite you into this as well, in providing leadership with the executive team on sort of mapping out some of the agency specific pieces of this puzzle, just to kind of give us the overview of this full document before we then pivot into looking at a specific goal.
Yeah, thank you, Robin. I'll start with a disclaimer. In addition to everything else going on in life right now, there's a new roof going on my house. So if you hear a bunch of banging in the background, that's what's going on. I'm trying to operate from the quietest location. Ryan Gordon for the record. Appreciate everyone engaging in the conversation this morning. I think Mike Wilson is actually in the best position to give some perspective from the executive team on where the conversation with the subcommittee has been at recently. I've missed a couple of the last meetings, unfortunately, but a couple of things I wanted to add to the conversation. One, let's also start thinking in the back of our minds about a different name for this document. We continue to call it the Forestry Program for Oregon, or the FPFO. I'm afraid if we don't make a move to a new, I think maybe more descriptive, appropriate name, we'll get stuck with FPFO again. So let's keep that in our minds. Also, just wanted to highlight, as I have at one of the subcommittee meetings, really the importance to the agency of the organizational excellence goal. That's something that we as an executive team and more broadly with the agency really want to work on and own, because that really speaks to how we do business as an agency, both internally and externally, how we work with all of the communities that we serve, but also how we work with our staff and our employees to accomplish our mission. So that for us is a really, I think, important component of this strategic plan. And then, Robin, you'd asked me to talk a little bit about climate smart forestry, and I don't want to put him on the spot, but Danny Norlander is here in the Zoom room, and I think he would be better to give us a little bit of a treatise on climate smart forestry. We decided early on that this strategic plan would be rooted in the concept of climate smart forestry. And of course, it comes on the heels of the development and adoption of the agency's climate change and carbon plan. And so that was kind of the nexus that had been intended there. But Danny, if you're available to pop on for a minute and give us kind of the 2-minute overview of climate smart forestry, that would be great.
I think I could do it even faster than 2 minutes. Good morning, I'm Danny Norlander, the Forest Climate, Carbon, and Health Analyst with ODF. Just as a reminder, climate smart forestry is really laid out in the climate change and carbon plan as being a 3-legged stool with 4 legs. So one part of that is adaptation. So how do forests adapt to climate change? Second part is mitigation. So how do forests contribute to atmospheric carbon mitigation? And then, so that's separate from like, how do we mitigate risks? Those are discretely. So mitigating risk would be in the adaptation part, or adapting to changing climates. Mitigation is how are we sequestering carbon on the landscape? And then the last one, which gets broken out into 2 legs, so then hence the 4-legged, 3-legged stool, is the social dynamic, the social component, and that consists of communities and economies together and how they interact with the other 2. So how they adapt and how they mitigate things across the landscape and across communities and across economies, kind of tie it all together. So there's a lot of different moving parts within all of those. Climate's always changing. You've got things like wood products and how they fit into that, among other things, and how those support communities, both urban, rural, suburban, etc. So that's the real quick definition there.
So as you do the latest draft of the document, where you're going to see most of ET's work at this point is in the instance. We had quite a bit of discussion around that. You'll see that they've been condensed and like to say improved quite a bit. Some common things that you can see throughout those principles are diversity and inclusiveness in this engagement and building trust-based relationships across the board. So, again, I'd like to just harken back a little bit to diversity in the forest. There's also the diversity of people, and they're one of the same thing, right? begin to work that. Anyway, you'll see that work there. And then we did a lot of work on the organizational excellence goal. And that's, the easier work I think for us to do as an agency. Here's how we want to do our jobs. So in that you'll see it's been fleshed out a little bit with a lot of strategies and metrics, and they're not necessarily the right ones. We're still throwing spaghetti at the wall there, right? So of course you want to know the folks into those. But again, really trying to anchor into the expectations of us as an agency there, and how do we interface with people, how do we generate that understanding, and be inclusive in how we carry forward with our management. With that, I guess I don't know if anybody else would like to weigh in.
I have a comment on the principles. I mean, given our conversation about the importance of federal policy, and I noticed you've got in the principle around government relationships with southern nations, but seems like the relationship to federal lands, some way it's appropriate to call out in this section.
It seems we almost have a different vocabulary.
Hillary.
If you're at breakfast with your field and the staff,
I don't have
and
right now, but
you're, a whole day like yesterday, there's a completely different conversation than sometimes what I hear coming out of Salem. And I want to be sure that we are really in concert as an organization with throughout the organization. And it's one of the reasons I know Jim best that the field to really speak up. Because we spent all day yesterday and didn't hear some concern we've already heard this morning. And while I get it, and they're important, we're having, in my mind, often two different conversations when it comes to core values on the ground out in the field. And I just want to be sure that we're aligned throughout the organization.
Yeah, and I will just, this is Robin, I would just also encourage that as you're having these conversations about, statewide policy and this kind of big, kind of robust umbrella document, that you're also leaning in to develop shared language around it and the sense making that happens from that. So that you really are all clear about what your intentions are and are able to communicate that well. I think someone earlier mentioned that, I think Ben mentioned that, one of the intentions with this is for it not to be a technical document. You have multiple audiences that need to be able to see themselves in this and recognize and understand what it's saying. So point well taken, Carla, that, having that shared language is important. And I also want to just acknowledge that, my understanding with the leadership of the agency is, you're having these conversations within your executive team about this forestry program for Oregon, but those conversations don't stop at that level. And so I think there's, Matt.
Matt Howard, Carla, I really appreciate those comments. Last night at the community social, there's a strong representation of Oregonians there. Timber landowners, grazers, stock growers, business owners, elected officials, just general landowners. And as Joe mentioned earlier, the energy in that room was unlike any community we have ever attended. Active discussions, proactive discussion. And, you know, for me in the field, and the folks that work out in the field, those are the folks that work accountable to every day. They're in our office every day, we're visiting in the field. We're going to church with them, see them stores, we're so integrated with these communities. And then we listen to those folks every day. And we provide guidance so they can accomplish their objectives while protecting the resources and put out the fires. And we listen to what they value, what their objectives are, and try and help them develop strategies to attain them. So this program, you know, it needs to be done, there's no doubt. But I urge the board to remember the group that was there last night. And the energy that they had, that energy you see it every day. And that passion for the group. We talk a lot about timber dependent communities. And these are people dependent communities out here that rely on a lot of things, timber being one of those. Forest health is important for folks out there. And certainly there are people on either side of the aisle that want us to cut more and others that want us to do not much. But you know, what's the general feel of what's the sweet spot of what we're doing, what do they want? What I see is they want healthy forests, they want clean forests, they want productive forests, so they can recreate and provide livelihood. So it's exciting to be here this morning, and I'm excited for what's going to come of this. So,
You know, this is Joe, Justice, it kind of feels like there's a little bit of a to do here, maybe, Robin. You know, related to, you know, challenging the executive team to reach out and I said that very early on. Make sure that this document, these agency principles, I mean, I look at my Josh, you know, that are fed down into these districts and get reactions and feedback from them. I'm very interested in field staff because they are, Matt is exactly right. They are the ones that are interacting directly. And I think that'll be, I think I'm not trying to say that a good word, it's excellent work. But I think we need to buy-in from out in the field, out in the district.
Well, and more importantly than that, Joe, I think, you know, I'd like our field staff to take a real hard look at this thing and come back to this board with more of the integration. Because Matt, you said that really well. I mean, I come from one of these rural communities where we know who puts out the fires and who works with who, and you know, who's at church, and it's a whole community. I mean, they are fiercely dependent on each other, but also independent. And that's how these rural communities survive and thrive. And you know, we just saw such good concert yesterday on some of these integrated management programs, and there wasn't conflict. They had worked through this conflict. And anyway, I just would really like to hear the footprint of the staff and the field on this document, and to be sure that we're getting just real core feedback from you all.
So Carla, you know, in a way, I couldn't agree with you more. But in another way, I think we need to be balanced here and recognize we're making a lot of effort as a board to reach out to rural communities, to reach out to people like that. But let's not forget that we have a whole variety of stakeholders. We have all of the Oregonians who don't live in these communities. We can't ignore them and have one group of stakeholders drive the bus. We have industry, a major stakeholder, and of course, you know, we have Endangered Species Act that we are dealing with, and people with a whole range of different attitudes around conservation and all of this. So I'm really glad we're getting, you know, more firsthand input from the field, from people in these communities. But at the end of the day, we have a whole lot of folks that we have to answer to, not just one particular group that should be driving our bus.
There's and that I think we understand as our goal chair. I think the way that I look at it while we're here and present. I think all the board wants to take the opportunity to really listen hard, and with the opportunity to have the people in the field as eloquently as you said that, do that. And then when we turn to the urban area, we also did that. I have this, and what we're trying to describe is really difficult. I always have to think deeply every time on the board the term comes up with, we're doing this for all Oregonians. And I think that's an overarching piece. But there's a saying in Southwest Indian country, which has dozens of tribes around. And there's a saying that goes, there are tribal people, there are mountain people, there are desert people, there are forest people, there are grassland people, there are island people. And somehow it has to work. These policies have to work. So we're not the only one that are struggling for that. And there's a way through it. And it's a challenge and an opportunity to do all. Desert people, mountain people, forest people, grassland people, island people. So how do we do that? How do we do it? And it's like the tribes have been struggling that at different levels. I'm always amazed their challenge of keeping true to their history and their culture, and then moving into the future. And I see that from the eldest elder to that young person. And so I think we can do it. And it starts in places like we did with Explorer, with all ODF, making sure that we hear what you need us to hear. So I don't know the answer to that, Chair, but I know that it's something that we have to keep trying to do. And we're not alone in that.
Yeah, this is Joe.
I've also got Mike's hand up, if we want to hear from the other folks.
Oh, thanks, Mike. I think there's kind of a fundamental question that begins to come to my mind is, and we talked about this a little bit, is there recognition that different communities are affected differently by local forests that surround them, right? And do we want to talk about that open to, I mean, I 100% believe that is absolutely true. The state forests in Northwest Oregon affect those communities differently than they affect other communities across the state. They are our state forests. They're all Oregon state forests, but they have a direct influence on those communities. I think the same thing is true in Northwest Oregon, with these forests. And I think that's that's a fundamental thing. It is true. And Brenda pointed out, these are national forests. They're owned by all Americans, right? And that is absolutely true statement. But they have a very acute effect on these local communities. And I believe we need to address that. I think we need to talk about that. I think we need to own the fact that that is the case. And that these decisions are going to affect. And I agree with you, Jim, there's broad lots of stakeholders. And I think back to our community meeting in Portland, we talked about how important urban forestry was. I mean, urban forestry is incredibly important to the Portland metro area and quality of life and all those things. And we can't lose sight of it. We absolutely can't lose it. That's very important to those communities too. So, but I think we need to. I'm not sure there's agreement on this board about that very fact, but I believe that these local forests affect local communities differently across the state.
To do for me.
Oh, I can't hear. Hold on, I'm seeing some signals from. Is it, he just needs to speak up, or can you not hear us?
Is the microphone not working?
I think the mic is not on.
I can hear it. I can hear it. Yeah, I can hear it coming through the speaker. Want me to speak up, Ben?
There we go. I can hear you.
All right, I'll speak up. I was trying not to yell into the mic. instead of yelling, so, sorry. Trying to take the cue from comedy yesterday from the Manulife folks, sorry. So I think the to-do relative to maybe the agency and field engagement in this process, I see this as really an overarching kind of document. So you go out in the field, you're not going to hear the terms that are in here, to your point, Carla. And I think the to-do for the executive team is to connect the dots with a document like this to our field staff and how they fit into that puzzle, right? And if there's a to-do, that's probably a really active piece of engagement that the executive team needs to do with our staff, so that they can connect the dots to the work that they do, which is, to be really honest, that's what has made ODF over 100 years, right? It's the work on the ground at field level, putting out fires, providing technical assistance on forestry activities. That's where we have developed our relationship and our reputation. And so we do need to connect a document like this to the people on the ground doing that work. And that will be the key piece for agency staff at the executive level to make sure that folks understand it. So as this is developed, making sure that we can draw those connections for folks so they understand how they fit into the picture is going to be important at the agency level. Realizing that's just the internal piece of this document. There's also an external piece with all of the constituent groups and what they see that the agency is doing relative to foreign policy over time.
So good, hands up in the Zoom room for the event, and Chandra, feel free to jump in as well.
I'm having a difficult time understanding some of the commentary through the microphones there. So if I misunderstood something, please correct me. I'm hearing us pretty quickly go down the road of rural communities compared to urban and other communities. And I failed to mention the tribal nations as a group earlier, and I should have done that, but my apologies to tribal members. But I hope we don't go down this road. I hope we can find a document that provides balance, that represents the broad range of values among all Oregonians. That if we beat the drum of exacerbating the urban-rural divide, that's just playing into the current politics that are driving us apart. We need to come together. We need to find the common ground, and we need to work together toward that common ground. I really don't want to see us go down this divide.
And I'd like to comment to that. If you don't mind, there's people who feel back. So Ben, and then back to you.
Thank you. I just following on this conversation here, there are tensions, and I think we're addressing some of the big tensions with this work. I guess for me, I feel like this, maybe we need to jump into these goals a little bit more, but the overarching goal of a functional dynamic forest ecosystem, I think kind of rises above a lot of this. And without a good, healthy forest ecosystem, regardless of where or what it looks like in the state, nobody's going to get much of anything out of these forests. And I think as we start to work into strategies and actions, there will be tension, and there will be, how do we balance the competing needs of the forest that can't provide everything to everybody all at once. But I think above that is, I think we probably can all agree that a healthy forest ecosystem that's going to be able to provide as many benefits as possible is really sort of at the top of our list, or the top of my list. And yeah, that's how I've sort of been thinking this through, this work. And I think some of the rest of the goals hopefully address that as well. But there's tension, and there will be, and I think it's important to address that. But I think above that is maybe something that has less, that's more egalitarian across the board for what everybody needs from a forest.
We have Josh and Chandra.
All right, for the record, Josh Bernard, Forest Resource Division Chief, and can you hear me okay in the Zoom room, or do I need to speak louder? Okay, looks like I'm coming through clear. So just wanted to tie a couple more pieces together. You know, I heard a little bit of discussion there, and it's more about as we work together going forward. And you know, there was a few thoughts there about you know, our field engagement on our end. And I just, when we speak of the executive team, I was going to note that you know that also includes our area directors as well, which have that direct link to the field. So as we go forward, I feel like we do have that information. So I'd throw that out there as we have discussions going forward. And I rely on them in these conversations and others for that kind of input and you know red flags for this. So just from my perspective, as we move forward, I think we have that present. So and then I want to go back. There's a little bit of discussion on the comment about including the piece around federal policy or federal lands, some of that principal stuff. And I think that's a fair statement and a fair catch. We do have our GNA or Federal Forest Restoration Program, which is continuing to expand program. They kind of, there was originally some general fund dollars that was kind of some money to start that program, and they continue to grow as more federal funds and they generate more revenue from those projects on national forests. So that is an emerging thing where we voluntarily participate and try to grow that program as we can. So that's just another part of our business that does have access. So I wanted to put that out there and make sure folks are tracking that. Thank you.
Chandra.
Yeah, thanks. Chandra Ferrari for the record. I guess I'd just like to thank Ben and Brenda too, I think for your comments. Those resonated a lot with me because when I've been looking at this, I've also been looking at it through a broader lens of making sure that what we're saying on a very broad-based level for our overarching goals would resonate with as many Oregonians as possible. And I think, you know, we can have conversations about whether those words are exactly right, but I think the way that they're structured to me look broad enough to capture what I hope would be most of the needs that we're trying to address with the strategy. And then I do see, to get to some of the conversations that we've been having today, I see the strategy conversation being where we're really starting to tailor, like, you know, it is a funnel that we're dealing with, and we do different communities, different stakeholders, they're going to have different challenges. And I think part of what we're supposed to do with this exercise, right, is make sure that we understand those challenges for all of the different groups that we're going to be interacting with, and that we're trying to address those with the actions. And those might be more tailored in some areas than in others. And so I hope that we are able to do that through this process. And I also think the other piece of it is communications. And I like that we're having, you know, Oregon's kitchen table, right? Helping us to connect with as many stakeholders as possible, because part of it is how we're communicating. You know, folks may not understand these words in the same way that other stakeholders do. And so are we recognizing that, and are we addressing that in our plan? And we have an organization that's going to help us, I think, make sure that we're connecting with as many stakeholders as possible. And we'll need to think about if we're using the right medium or if we're using the right language to communicate those out. And similar to what the staff said, I think, you know, they have mechanisms, right, at ODF to communicate what this plan will mean to staff on the ground. And I'm hoping that, you know, we'll identify what some of those different communication channels are also through the plan as part of the actions piece. And the only other thing I would say too is I appreciate the work of the subcommittee. I think what you've put together is really reflective of some of the early conversations that we had. The only thing I was noting in my notes when I was looking back, you know, we identified all these lenses that we wanted to look through, the carbon and climate change lens, which is reflected there. I think the economic lens through the resilient communities piece, and then the social lens. But the other thing I noted is that we specifically called out, and again, this is just in my notes, so maybe I can't remember how much of a conversation we had, but we did say, you know, the tribal cultural space, and making sure that was really well covered as well. And I'm not sure exactly where that fits in here. Yeah, I mean, I think it's wrapped into all of this a bit, but I just wanted to note that, and if there's any way for us to think about being more intentional about that. Thanks.
I think that the I appreciate those comments, Chandra. I'm not afraid of addressing the urban-rural divide. Because I think these policies and many of the federal forest policy, I think has been huge in driving that. And where these federal forests and these state forests are, you know, we see distant stakeholders tend to fight about things that the conservationists and the landowners and the industries, you know, living in those rural economies, you know, don't tend to fight about. And we saw that yesterday. I mean, we saw just such a great example of how conflict was handled on just so many levels yesterday. And yet the closer we get to the political center, we see that divide, we see those fights. We didn't see that on the ground yesterday. We saw phenomenal collaboration. And that's why I feel part of addressing this divide is getting these policies correct and making sure that we are hearing so loudly the local based approaches that can produce these solutions, because we saw those solutions, and to quit producing the fights, but they can produce the solutions. And I thought we just saw such a great example of that, I want to call that out and not be afraid. You know, we've got all but 2 counties east of the Cascades have voted to leave this state. I want to bring them back, and I want them to have them proud of Oregon. And part of being proud of Oregon is being, you know, proud of what we're all doing and making it work for everybody. And I know, you know, if you've got 60% of your county in trees versus a county like Sherman County that has 0%, those counties and those economies are impacted very, very differently. And we just recognize.
Thank you. For the record, Dave Larson. I really appreciate the conversation that we're having. For me, I like to observe and I like to listen and kind of see what the direction is going to be. And from my perspective, I appreciate Josh bringing it up. As an area director, I think I have one of the best and most unique jobs that you can have within the agency, because I feel it's my duty and my responsibility to try to be the bridge for Salem and for the field, and understanding that communication and direction, which is in my title, goes both ways. And so, you know, for the field perspective, you know, the folks in the field, they're super smart. They're reading these documents that we produce. They're hanging on our every word that are in these documents. And they really feel the impacts of implementing policies that are out there. And for me, it's important to, when things roll out there, whether it's a private forest accord or whatever, that I take the time to listen to gain that situational awareness, understand the ideas, where they're coming from, and then bring that back up through the chain and inform. And so looking forward for that opportunity. As I look at this document here and kind of pick some things out, and again, the words matter, but as I look at the agency's principles, one of the first bullets, the first word there is understanding. And so that's where I try to get to, both in the field and also in Salem and with the board and with the executive team. So it helps to break down this barrier. So I think it's really key doing that and seeking that understanding, and that goes both ways. And again, as I look at the agency's purpose, the very first word there, it's engaged. And I really appreciate the engagement that we're having on this table. And again, as the area director representing both the field and the executive team, I look forward to bringing inputs back to you that you see. Thank you.
Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, thanks. Actually, I guess this is kind of directed at Carla, because Carla, I apologize if I missed what you had said a little bit earlier, but as it relates to, I guess, acknowledging the different challenges and solutions that arise in different communities around the issues that we're talking about here, do you not, or do you, I guess, I'm wondering if you don't think the goals that are articulated here appropriately capture that, or if there's an appropriate process in place to kind of capture what you're getting at. And if you were looking for something in addition to what's kind of in the template here, because I guess I'm sorry, I didn't catch the recommendation.
This is Joe. I think I post that to Carla. I think we have a template. I think maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit here, in some respects, I think, and you said it, Chandra, just now, that question I posed is the recognition that there's different, different communities have different effects of these forests, right? And I think this gets into this community's goal, I think is where it would be. I think the document has the opportunity to dive into this conversation. I think we're maybe, pushing this conversation a little bit, but which is good, makes it solid. Yeah.
Well, and I would add just how important those local solutions are. We saw them yesterday. We know how this collaboration works. Brenda, you said all these forests are different. Of course they are. And these communities, they work with these lands and these forests every day, and we need that on the ground knowledge to find these solutions. And so from the bottom up is really, really critical, not from the top down in finding the blueprint here. And we can put whatever we want as a corporate strategy, but it's the boots on the ground that's going to help us find these solutions. And I just really want to recognize the strength of that, as it's the strength of this whole organization, and it always has been. So thank you.
No, thank you for that. And sorry, Brenda, I guess I'll just follow up real quick. My hope was that when we were talking about putting the document together, one of our emphasis was on a really robust engagement and, pulling from communities to inform the process and hopefully inform the product, right? And I can't recall, I don't know that we're getting an update really on what that process is, but my hope is that we do have the right channels in place to be getting a lot of that feedback to inform the process as we continue into the deep, we're going to refine this, right? And again, get to the tailoring aspects of it, that I hope we'd have the right information in front of us to do that in a meaningful way. So.
All right, we've got Matt, were you trying to reach for the mic there? And then we'll come back to you, Brenda, just a moment.
Yeah, thank you. The local forest plan that didn't originally have a lot of public engagement, and the community really responded. And the Forest Service responded to that as well, and pulled that forest plan back. And now the community is incredibly engaged in that process, in the development of that forest plan. And those folks that are readily engaged are throughout Northern Oregon. And it's been really neat to see the values that they see in our national forest. And there's similar values, I think, within our private forests as well. And when I think of forest, it's more than the trees. It's our grazing lands as well. It's all integrated out there on the ground. And and Carla, I agree that urban-rural divide is there, and it's important that we recognize it's there, whether we agree it's there or not. It's there, and the folks in these communities do see that, and that's one of the concerns that I hear regularly, is the rural voice not being heard within the state. And they care critically about these forests, and they want to be heard. If nothing else, they desire to be heard, and we owe them that. So, as long as we can, we recognize that, understand that, then we've done a huge part right there.
And then
Yeah, thanks. This was a great discussion. But I, as some of you who know me well know, I tend to be rather impatient. So my question is, what's missing from what we have so far that needs to be added to make this whole in the minds of some of the people who have raised some concerns so far?
I'm going to ask that we hold that question and have it food for thought. I'm going to send you to a break. I just want to, this is The whole point of today's afternoon conversation, actually starting after your break, is around a specific goal related to resilient community, which the subcommittee has acknowledged is the kind of people focused, the people centered piece of this. And I think what you're all doing is really setting the stage for the complexity of that conversation, and a recognition that you're not here to perpetuate pitting communities against each other. You know, you're here to set policy Oregon-wide that recognizes the communities that you're serving. And so I think you're all on the same track with that. So it feels like might be tension, and I think recognizing those tensions is not, it would be naive for you not to do that. And your challenge is to help sort of overcome some of that through your statewide policy. And so you're not going to have the silver bullet. But that's what you're being asked and drawn in to have this conversation about, particularly today around this FPFO. And so I just want to commend that you're setting the stage for this discussion in a really rich way. And I appreciate that, you know, we have sort of folks from the field as well as folks from Salem, as well as all of you representing Oregonians across the state being here for this discussion. So I am going to ask that we take a break, and we'll come back in 15 minutes. And if there's any other lead out conversations, then we're going to break into small groups to have some more discussion about resilient communities. Okay. So we'll be back in 15. Thanks.
That stopped.
Yeah, I paused it. Cool. You kept on getting shocked over here?
Yeah. See, it's voltage. It's serious
No,
voltage.
yeah.
I'm sure this building was not grounded. I'm just waiting for it to cause the audio to cut out.
Oh, no.
Oh, Hillary? There's that one. I've got a whole nother one. I brought it back up.
This one here, this, or no, there you
Oh, where did that one come
go.
from?
Right next to this.
Right at Ryan's spot.
Yeah.
So you might find us a little offended at times, having someone who doesn't live here, work here, or play in any of this. Well, most of you come and play here. That's important to us, that there is that recognition that there is a difference. I don't go down to the other side of the state and tell you how you ought to run your streams and how many feet you should cut backwards or what, you may found that we don't really appreciate that when folks come over here or don't come over here basically and sit somewhere else and tell us how we ought to live and what we ought to do. And I know you all work really hard, and I know you put in a lot of time trying to get these things right. And so do all of us. And I appreciate the fact that you were all stunned by the amount of energy in the room last night. Because that's the way they are all the time. So thank you, and thank you for coming. We really appreciate it. Now we're gonna go find a card with my name on it somewhere.
All right, thank you very much. Hopefully you noticed that we were pretty much in a listening mode and not telling you what to do. So.
So Mike, you grabbed me at the break and said you wanted to say a couple words before we transition.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. So appreciating the differences between rural life and city life. You know, and I've had my fair share of that in my own life growing up, a bit of a hybrid myself. And, you know, I think while we can recognize the differences, and I don't think anybody should be telling anybody what to do, you know, at a certain level, I really have a problem when we start focusing in on that rural urban divide, because it quickly becomes political. And the more you say it, the worse it gets. People are people. Last time I checked, I think we all have more in common than we do different. Last time I checked, I want my kids to have a better life than I did. I want things to be easier for them, quite frankly. I appreciate hard work, but you know, hey, I want them to have a good, enjoyable life. And I don't think anybody else here feels differently about what they want to do. So we're working on solutions here, and I think we kind of magnify a problem. So this kind of bleeds into the, you know, our boots on the ground versus our sail. And we feel this divide internally, and I think natural resource agencies have a habit or have a common theme here of that, where they have a field organization, they have centralized organization. And so it really plays out on field trip. We go out on field trip, everybody agrees this is all great. This stuff is all great when it comes down to the actions, and we can agree on those things. And when we're talking about at a policy level, I think sometimes we get a little bit lost in that. So I think we have to remember that we really are trying to work towards a space here with strategic plans like this that accommodate those great things that are happening in the field. So it's not so much about trying to direct things at this level towards, you know, a project. It's not that specific. It's about giving the appropriate space to allow those things to happen so that we can work on them. And you know, those show up later down way down in the weeds. So talk a little bit about that. So I guess what I would say is when we look at the principles here, for example, is there anything principles that you see here that would not allow the great things that we saw yesterday? I don't think there is. I think, you know, it's coming and reinforcing it. You know, but anyway, that's kind of the lens that I view this document through what we're trying to achieve. Here's the review of this document that was brought up and how meaningful is it to the field. And I remember years ago when we came out with one of the FPFOs, you know, we had that review, and it was really, you know, we all did. We all took a look at it. And we do speak in different language. We speak in different language at the policy level than we do at the implementation level a lot of times, you know, and that's fine. That's what's kind of like, that's literally like where we're at, and what we're doing at the time. But the main thing for me, when I was early in my career, was I could take a strategic document like this, and it didn't tell me what to do, but I could take my job and do the so that exercise, right? I do this every day, so that, and it feeds up to so that when it comes to what to do. Not so much I look at this and it tells me how to do the job. That's kind of a different thing. And that's where this boils down. You'll see in the organizational excellence, piece where we drill down a little bit into, for instance, the strategy there. Create and maintain strategic and operational plans to support accomplishment of FPFO goals. And so, okay, we start to tear down. And so when it gets down to really the operational level, it's in those other plans that we develop. In state forest, same thing with forest management plans, lofty, people like where the specifics, implementation plans, and operations plans. Same flavor. In my opinion, this all goes down. The main thing is those things stay aligned, and that this is the breadth of what we need to do this. So, thanks.
This is Joe Jessica. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate that. I think this does need to be our North Star. You're exactly right. This tells specifically what to do that needs to guide us. I completely agree with Mike. I think getting back to principles, one thing that we may be missing in our principles here is really, do we want to promote or advocate for place-based solutions, specific areas and issues? Should that be part of our principles? That begins to address, understanding there's different challenges across the state, and there are unique solutions to those challenges. Maybe that needs to be a core principle.
Okay. Just wanted to remind us all of what should be pretty obvious, but we as a board and executive team, we need to own this. It is us alone who have the responsibility to do this, and to prepare us to do this well. We have the ongoing responsibility to be hearing from all stakeholders, all different parties, but at the end of the day, this is something that we must get done. And our main audience, we have multiple audiences, but our main audience is the employees in the field and throughout the ODF structure. What's really important to me that we get a document that is more useful than what we had at the end of the day. I am a little worried. I will push back when I brought this up before, but in my years here, when I have heard staff refer to the forestry program for Oregon, usually are referring to a specific goal. That's what seems to be clearly communicated in the current document. I do worry that these goals seem in their present form a little bit more amorphous, and I wonder structurally how it'll all play out, and so that we still end up something that is more useful than the current document.
All right, so we'll flag some of that for the subcommittee to back, and I've got some notes here that we can work on the actual documents, chapter, that sort of thing. But I think for now, just let's pivot back into this conversation about resilient community. And a reminder again, this is the people-centric piece, very decidedly so. So ears to the ground, actually reflecting back what you hear communities needing and what the interaction with the forest provide in terms of resilience. That's the whole core of this discussion. So we're gonna break into small groups to allow you to do a little bit of pull up the sleeves on that discussion. And I think everything that you put on the table leading up to this morning is really important to consider. So I appreciate that those are all the pieces of it's all kind of part of this, putting it in the cauldron and trying to do some sense making together on behalf of all the different communities that we're serving. And so I'm going to break you into a couple of small groups. The folks on the Zoom, Ryan will be helping to lead you or at least just scribe and help track that discussion. So you'll be a group together. And I think Hillary might be popping you into a breakout room, but just sit tight on that for a moment. It's just logistically, we'll figure that out in a moment.
Everything.
The folks in the room, I'm going to break you into two different groups and make sure executive team members and board members trying to represent maybe different parts of the state. If we can try to
Where are the other moderators?
there.
when they
And,
click mute all, they need to let me know, because then they mute me as well. The master feed.
Have a discussion. For those that are listening in to this call, to the meeting today, we're gonna take about 45 minutes to an hour for this. And we will make time for the groups to report back, so you'll have a window into what those conversations have been. We're not clearly making any decisions today, and I also would encourage us not to, I'd like you to think of this as an additive pooling conversation and not something that's a choice point where we're gonna have to figure out trade-offs. We're not doing trade-offs in this discussion yet. I know that's important and it's probably down the road, but for today, keep it an additive conversation, like really try to bring in the richness of the communities that you're serving into this discussion. So with that, I'm going to go off mic and just organize us. Again, if you're listening in, we'll be back in a little while. We'll do a little prompter for coming back, and look forward to hearing what some of the small groups can.
Everything's muted.
All right, so let's put, can I switch out Dave? Can I have you go over, so you're gonna go with this group, and then, I'd like to, do go to come over to this group. And then. And so then Tyler and Jim will go. So who wants to move to the back? Anybody here? Yeah, why don't we move you this?
I did, yep. I would get less ones that better on my own.
Right. productions.net@gmail.com. Both wireless mics are unmuted. 503-528-4799. Yes. Okay, that's a 4266-8416. 9096-4455. Expires 9/27. The wireless mics. Yes. M.
That it's economic viable. That might be shown in the reduction of property.
Morning, everyone. Just making a brief announcement. We will be extending this morning work session for another 10 minutes.
Okay, all right, thanks a lot.
Thank you, and we'll see you in the
Yep, you too. Bye.
I'm gonna change the slide. 11. Let me change the slide to 11.
So that's where you run into this challenge of like.
I just got the morning break resumes and then the lunch break begins.
Oh, okay, so we can't edit it.
Let me see if I can.
Having some policy. They're talking about changes for those
Duplicate. Okay. To 12. So what should I call this one? Or session resumes at
Yep. Just this issue.
You know, part of this is with the house, and so they can just see the steps. It's the value of this. So be able to share those.
Let's see. Okay, I gotta call you folks and just, I'm not speaking my language right now.
Yep, no problem.
Turn the mic off.
Okay.
Right, so I think it's, yeah, because it's strategy, so what's the goal of that? Right. So I think this one, but I would want to say that.
Okay. They said to mute the mics again.
Yep, there we go.
Okay, can you still hear something?
Yes.
What the setup you guys got? Oh, right on. Thank you.
Yeah, because there's a right? Yeah, you're right. They look the same. Yeah, yeah, that's hilarious.
Let me find out what that would be.
Oh, no. But are we live unmuted now?
Okay, let me check this.
Doing a quick check for the afternoon. Can someone thumbs up on screen if you can hear us? All right. Thank you for confirming. All right, I'll hand it back to Robin. Thank you.
All right, folks, let's gather back around. Lunch will be here in about a half an hour, so we'll spend a little time just reporting out from the small groups. So if we could get everyone to settle in again. Give us just a moment, folks on that are viewing, just to get people back in the room here. Okay, so we'd like to just give the audience a chance to hear from the small groups about the conversations that you had. So I know that the two groups that were working in this physical room had a lot of notes, like sticky notes. So my commitment will be to grab those and make sure that we sort of capture all the sort of raw notes, but we want to get the highlights from the small groups. And so can I start actually maybe with the group that's on the virtual screen, and just share with us what you came up with.
Sure, thanks, Robin. I'm going to do my best to grossly oversimplify a really dynamic, complex conversation. And of course, the roofers are almost right overhead right now, so there's an added advantage of banging in the background. So we had kind of two separate conversations. First, we were talking more generally, reflecting on the conversation from this morning. And then we dove a little bit deeper into this sort of community human component of the strategic plan work that we're doing. So I guess, I'll start first with some of those reflections on the conversation this morning. We were really talking about what level are we focused on right now? Where ought we be focused? Recognizing that we're setting some very large, high-level goals. And those goals ultimately will link down to some specific strategies and actions at some point in time. But we're really focusing on right now on what is the outcome that we want to see? What are the things that are important to us? Not necessarily the specific solutions or paths to get there. And I think another, really important part of our conversation around that is recognition about how diverse the state is, socially, economically, environmentally. It's not possible to dive right into specific actions or strategies right now, because those are going to be very much place-based and in a large sense going to be driven by necessity locally. And so I think that was, you know, a big part of what was a pretty robust dynamic conversation that we had to start with. And then that sort of bled over then into discussion of sort of this human community resilience goal that we were really tasked with talking about. And the first component of that was really talking through what should be included in there. Is it both about community health and economic stability, or should those things be broken out? And we ultimately, as a group, concluded that those things are dynamic and connected to each other, feed off of each other, and therefore have to be connected and both included within this same goal, that you need both to be successful, both a healthy community and a robust economy. I think another really important component of that is recognizing that forests are only one contributor to sort of a suite of things that are necessary to create and support a resilient community, and vice versa. And so there's a little bit of maybe a mistake or a challenge in talking through this goal if we frame it up that forests are the only thing that are contributing to resilient communities. And that helps to kind of, in some respects, I think, focus the scope. Maybe I shouldn't say narrow, but at least focus the scope for the role that forests play around community resiliency. Something else that we talked about is inherent in this idea of a resilient community is also the notion that change is occurring and change is constant, and we have to accept that. The systems that we're talking about, both the social systems and the environmental systems, are very dynamic. They're complex. Excuse me. They feed off of each other in different ways. And both of those things are changing, particularly on the environmental side right now, if we think about climate change. And so it's necessary for them to adapt and change in a feedback mechanism with each other. Let's see here, trying to look through my notes and see if I'm missing anything. We did talk through we started talking through some different components of what we think goes into a resilient community, but ultimately I think what I'm going to do, because I know there are two other groups to talk, and I want to leave some time for the group to correct me where I've gone off course, but ultimately we came up with a short phrase: forests contribute to communities adapting in the face of change. That was sort of the ultimate sort of phrase that we came down to at the last minute to try to summarize our thinking on the topic. And an example that was brought up really was thinking about Bend, you know, as a community that originally had a lot of mills and a pretty heavy dependence on the trees coming out of the forest. And as there's been now less wood available, most of those mills, well, probably all those mills in Deschutes County are gone. Yet the community of Bend still exists and thrives, and it's still heavily dependent on the forest. And that seems like kind of an obvious sort of stark example of a community that's gone through transition and change, yet the importance of the forest to the community is still very much there, even though the role that the forest plays has changed over the last 30 or 40 years. So I'm going to stop there and open it up to the group real quick to see how I did. Am I in the ballpark? All right, thumbs up. Thank you.
All right, thanks. So let's move over to this group. I'm not sure who is the spokesperson, but Andy.
This will be a group effort. Okay. So the exercise, as we understood it, was basically looking at community resiliency and, kind of asking ourselves, how would we define that through a forestry lens? And then kind of the next thought that came up was, kind of looking at it from the perspective of what do we think those communities would look like, a resilient community. And so we went about kind of individually identifying what we thought from, I think if in most cases, our own experiences and the different communities that we've represented over time and what a resilient community might look like. So we put all those together and then ended up, we went a different route than Ryan's group. We actually did create the buckets, some broad buckets of things that fit into a policy realm, those things that we thought were more more of an economic focus, those that fell into the engagement and collaboration framework, and then kind of a broad bucket of forest benefits. There was another one that focused on kind of innovation and change, looking at technology and things like that, and then another broad bucket around landscape resilience. So based on all the brainstorming we did, most things fit into one of those 6 or 7 buckets. And then we're going to real quick go around the room, and most of the members of our group are going to get tapped to provide a 2-minute overview or less, depending on how much time we have, of kind of what that bucket entails. And as you can see, we've all got lists in front of us here that will try and boil those different buckets down. So the first one was policy, and I'm going to hand that one to Carla.
Okay, so concept here is that forest policy has destabilized many Oregon communities, created uncertainty about the future and our forests, created public battles that do divide, and reduce community resiliency. At the U.S. Forest Service level, there's a lot of policy discussion right now on mitigation work to the tune of $20 billion to improve forest health, improve public safety. Oregon has a role to play in that, and it may be an income opportunity for ODF. At the state policy level, specifically the HCP, that is also destabilizing. We've got county conflict with the county commissioners, as again, the policy really impacts counties and communities at a very different level. Local resiliency, the policies we saw yesterday, just local place-based, solution-based management plan, bottom up, not necessarily top down, may be key to fixing forest policy. Question of are all voices equal in this discussion? Oregonians are being impacted very differently based on their location, livelihood, and proximity to federal and or state forests. And it begs the question, are all voices equal? This is not a playground, needs predictable, stable policy, solutions that understand regional differences, and active management to really mitigate wildfire threat. And finally, the rural-urban divide is very real. The voices yesterday, the county commissioner this morning, our role in better forest policy going forward influences this divide. And we need to amplify those voices most impacted by forest policies.
Okay, the next category was economics, and Joy's going to provide an overview of that one.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
All right. So overall, I think pretty much everybody in our group put up a sticky that in some way recognized the importance and diversity of forest-based economies and forest-related revenues on communities and their resiliency, whether it was forest management activities, mitigation and restoration, the actual production process, recreation, and all of the jobs that these activities subsequently create. And like I said, that they impact community well-being, community stability, and ultimately the resilience of that community and the services it can provide to make sure its residents have what they need to individually be resilient. Contributors to that economic related resiliency, the need for flexible, adaptable, evolving infrastructure, having that there when it's needed, having a stable industry, mainly keeping operations in state, working here for Oregonians, and the overall ability to conduct all of the work mentioned earlier, having the workforce, the infrastructure, the facilities we need for that to actually happen. And then acknowledgement that those economic impacts also hit ODF, and where that ties into community resiliency is if we're not financially stable and shored up, we can't provide the services that local communities rely on. And there's a loss of that support and that tie that can then impact that local resiliency.
All right, we're going to keep moving here. The next one is engagement and collaboration, and Kyle's going to cover that topic.
All right, thanks, Andy. So this one, engagement, collaboration, actually, I would say we really circled around this a little bit, but most of the sticky notes that we ended up with are pretty similar. So a lot of discussion about proactive engagement with communities, recognizing the diversity of the communities, diversity of multiple uses, the complexity of multiple uses, really focusing a little bit on, how do communities become invested? How do they become engaged? How do you kind of find the balance? And then all of that sort of through an education lens so that people have the tools and the opportunities really to see what those, forest operations, the planning, what that looks like, and they have an opportunity and a voice to be engaged there. Quite a few thoughts around, forest management. So, some sort of active management being part of the community engagement process, comments around operations, recognizing, a full suite of benefits to the community. And then also, I think Ryan mentioned this earlier, sort of the recognition of, a commitment to adapting. Some of the stickies talked about adapting the changes over time and still having some regular feedback and engagement with the community in that collaboration. So that is it. And if anybody really wants to look at it, it's right over there on the wall.
All right, our next bucket was forest benefits, and I'm going to briefly cover that. We're kind of looking at it from the concept of thinking about communities that are surrounded by healthy, sustainable forests, capable of providing multiple benefits, whether that's forest products, clean air, jobs, recreation, carbon sequestration, wildlife habitat, access to cultural plants. The list goes on and on. Also, we had kind of a subcategory of thinking about it from an urban forest perspective, and the ability of those urban forests to help mitigate climate change and providing a connection to nature for folks in those urban environments, which also connects to kind of some individual resiliency and just a personal health perspective. And so when you think about those urban forests, there's multiple layers of benefits there as well. And then I touched on briefly access, thinking about safe access, and that ties back into resilient forests that are fire adapted and fire adapted communities, providing access for recreational opportunities, cultural opportunities, and things of that nature. A big bucket of forest benefits, including jobs and healthy communities. All right, moving on, the next, second to last bucket, is, innovation and change, and Cal's going to cover that.
Thank you, Andy. So I'm talking about innovation and change, and our buckets on this kind of came in one foundational, few a little bit more higher order comments, and then some specific comments. I'll talk a little bit about the foundational comment on this, is that innovation is needed, and we have to get a new mindset about that. There were some of the facts that we heard yesterday that we've lost 60 mills out of 69 in this area, 60%. Federal forests, and then we have to talk about there's a need in helping to revitalize our forest sector, waste products, specialty products that we might be able to develop. We just don't want to create any further damage, stabilize and spiral down and help rebuild these economies, local economies. And there's 40 years of downward spiral. That was kind of the foundational comments. The more higher order comments were one that resilient communities promote and support science-based education and discourse about forests. They're alert communities that monitor resilient communities monitor changes in forests and make actions to adapt. And finally, one kind of overarching comment there was forests are not simply seen as a place of extraction in terms of economic or other benefits. Some more specific comments about innovation and change in resilient communities is investing in high school and community college programs that focus on forestry. Resilient communities embrace new technology and support pilot projects or non-traditional forest industries. And then they create a forum for developing new ideas and technology in the forest sector.
Okay, thanks, Cal. And our last bucket was landscape resilience, and Liz is going to cover that.
Thanks, Andy. And some of this is of course overlapping in the approach from everything else. So there was just a general acknowledgement that resilient forests give the benefits of clean water, cleaner air, increased carbon sequestration, which also benefit resilient communities statewide. They can both better adapt to climate change challenges and to changes associated with the growing population and associated resource demands. Also in this landscape resilience, we can't ignore the key disturbance events that are in our Western states, and that's trying to become more wildfire resilient, especially when it comes to our communities. In an area of increasing rate and intensity of these disturbance events related to climate change, we need to surge with our best management tools to address and increase resiliency. We are way behind in this surge, and there's an overwhelming number of acres and watersheds that need treatment that will impact our communities, our watershed, our drinking waters, our wildlife species as well. Let's see. So the overall, objective is to increase our adaptability and through tools of climate smart tools. There's also a thought that there's a connection between the science of wildfire and the knowledge of our indigenous peoples, and that we'll probably need both. Cast a wide net to increase our overall forest management knowledge, in our diverse communities in our diverse state. That's all I've got.
Okay, that's a wrap for us.
It's a wrap. Very productive group. Thank you for organizing into the different themes too. That was great. All right. Another productive group will report out now. So Matt, I think you're leading this one.
Yeah, I'm the spokesperson. So resilient communities, what is important, what reflects a resilient community. One of the things we talked about is it begins with defining the landscape. We need to think of the forest for the trees, of course, but also the grasslands, that whole integrated landscape and how they're interconnected, the grasslands and the transitional ground into the timber, and then the timber itself that, especially outside of our urban areas, thinking about the forest economy, our stock growers, et cetera, and the interrelationships that they have with these communities and how they benefit each other. With that, a resilient community will have strategies and actions reflective of place-based needs and innovations. And thinking from an urban forestry standpoint, a resilient community will realize, the public health benefits from an active urban forestry program. That it's not just a rural situation that we're talking about, that the role of urban forests and the importance of public health within our populated areas are critical as well. And with that connected narrative should tell place-based stories that help reinforce that. With that, our resilient communities hopefully will have policy certainty, and with that, regulatory certainty. Policies and regulations that are ever changing likely will not help maintain a resilient community if they're having to change. A stable infrastructure within our forest sector economy will help enhance our hopes or our thoughts with a resilient community. And with that, not only on the private side, but a resilient community, there should be an active role in federal forest restoration. And we talked about the role of the national forest, the amount of national forest within Oregon. We talked about Wallowa County here, specifically Northeast Oregon, having an active role in federal forest restoration. Forest policy it will be important to help maintain resilient communities. If we can figure out a way to help educate the public on forest issues, we need to, a resilient community will come up with solutions, ideas themselves. So how do we not just regulate, not just enforce, but how do we help the public understand on their own so they create their own ideas, come up with their own solutions and help understand the issues that are impacting their communities. And with that, that'll provide opportunities for the next generation, looking specifically at our youth, and the youth within our communities is critical. With that, resilient communities, may require they need balance and they need stability. Balance in economics, stability in economics, but they also need balance and stability from the social aspects as well. We talked a bit earlier about having schools full of kids and the importance of that for a community, especially in these rural systems that we're at and really across Oregon. And with that, with our communities being economically viable, would help with potentially a reduction in poverty. And we see poverty as an impact to our communities in the ability to be resilient, because with poverty comes a lot of issues that are distracting and are important. But a resilient community with reduced poverty is definitely a better place to be. With that, the ability to retain the local talent, to keep the community together, to provide opportunities for the residents, for the youth to give back to their community, to reinvest in their community. And to do that, a resilient community would be involved and engaged with forests and forestry and understand on their own a resilient community would not need to be told. They would know. So helping communities become involved and become engaged to gain ownership in these issues is some of the things we talked about. End of report.
I would like to add a couple of things that lead us to, potential real changes in strategy. And I know this is kind of jumping ahead, but coming out of our discussion, but specifically in two areas. One is public knowledge and education. Our current circumstance is OFRI, which has been handed that for many years. Is wounded, I think, as we know, and I think Chris Edwards has stepped in, somewhat with Oregon Forest Forever and their efforts. The question is, Oregonians are being affected a whole lot more by forest policy and fire and all of that. They are fairly ignorant in general on a whole lot of these issues. And how do we educate them better? And should some of that, be done through ODF or not? And if not, how? And obviously that's not entirely up to us. That would be something that the legislature would be interested in, and the governor's office. The other kind of more strategy that we talked about has to do with federal forest policy. And do we want to specifically have a policy that we are going to be out there as a board and a department actively working with our federal partners and in pushing for mitigation work and resiliency work on federal forests? And we do that in a more obvious way than we would perhaps, with funded positions and a specific policy to do that work.
Well, thank you everyone for the conversations you had in the small groups. We'll come back and continue some of this dialogue, and there's, I think, some really helpful components of this particular goal that the subcommittee can take back and try to do some more sense making. But I think it would be worth starting another conversation before we wrap today around what some of those kind of strategy areas, what they might be, what direction you might want to go in with some of these. So I think there's a couple like hot topics that we could dive into. No solutions, but really just getting some more ideas out on the table in terms of like dropping into actual strategies to influence some of these pieces that you have really across all three groups. Some of those goals have the elements of that goal have really shown up consistently. But I think we need to have lunch first. So I just want to look back and make sure lunch is here. And Hillary, if there's anything you need to share with the group about that. All right. All right. Do you all want to take a 30 minutes and then come back and kind of maybe keep conversing, maybe even with your lunches, or do folks feel like you need a longer break than that? 30 minutes good? Okay, we'll take 30 minutes. So let's plan to resume back in the conversation about 10 after 1. So we'll get resuming at 1:10. See you then. Thanks. All right, so we're gonna bring everybody back on. If you want to be on the screen again, if you're in the Zoom, at least board members and ET folks. And then one side is looking a little thin. But I think we've got Dave and Joy hopefully coming back. And I hope you had enough time to, have some food, take a little break, and have some more conversations with folks here in this community. We don't have a lot of time left of the day, and I conferred with members of the FPFO subcommittee about what's going to be helpful. What do you need yet out of today's conversation in order to help you take next steps? And I think one thing I heard was, can we just take a step up one altitude and see across these goal areas? Are we getting it right? Are these the right goal areas? And then give an opportunity for the subcommittee members to just acknowledge some of the big policy and strategy questions that are emerging out of this discussion that will need to be held space for as you take the next step and start to dive into those sub layers of what are we really talking about strategically when we're talking about community resiliency and all that. So if I may, Joe, and actually folks, you have the draft template in front of you, hopefully. So if you could just pull that out so we can actually just look at the words on the page for just a moment. And ask the subcommittee members to share out what are those 4 goals that you have worked to develop into themes, just the headings.
Yeah, so you want me to go through,
Yes,
I
please.
mean, fundamentally, the question really is, I think, and Ben and Brenda speak out, I mean, do these different headings, different goals, can we encompass everything we're trying to do underneath them, I guess? Are we missing something? Or can we include the conversations that we had today underneath these goals? Because there has been an effort to make sure that we make this document not too broad or too, but also I think we need to really capture some very specific strategies. What I took away, talking about, developing a statement regarding federal forest policy, that's really a strategy out of this document. And then, place-based solutions, understanding that we have differences across the state and different needs. So those are really strategies that I want to take back to the subcommittee and talk further about. But more, just kind of what Robin said. Do we see anything we're missing in these overarching goals?
Okay, so let's just look at them real quick and I'll just read them out loud so we can all orient to what we're talking about here. If you go into the document, just underneath the terms and definitions key, then we start the goals section and I'll read them out. I'll just do it for you, subcommittee. The first one was maintaining biodiversity and promoting functional and dynamic ecosystems. And what the subcommittee has discussed with that one so far is that this one is really foundational. It's foundational to the others, but also should be able to stand on its own. So you develop strategies and actions and all of that are kind of specific into that. The second one is climate leadership. A needed conversation amongst all of you about what role you play in climate leadership. You're not taking the reins and doing it all, and there's no silver bullet within one sector, but that's another goal area. The third is resilient communities, what we've really focused our conversation on today. And the fourth is organizational excellence. And that's really the kind of agency-centric piece that Mike and others talked about earlier today, that they've been working through the executive team to try to build out a little bit of thought around. So that is the question. The subcommittee wants to just hear back from the rest of you if this is, is there anything major overarching that would be missing with this, or is this a good direction to go? And then Carla, and I see Liz too.
So the comment on the federal forests, came up this morning. And, you know, our mission as a Board of Forestry, and this is on our website, I just pulled it off this morning, is, you know, we're all appointed by the governor, confirmed by the Senate, to lead Oregon in implementing policies and programs that promote sustainable management of Oregon's public and private forests. And it has 4 breakouts. And number 1 is to supervise all matters of forest policy in Oregon. So I don't think it's an option. I think it's an expectation. And my sense is that has come out so strongly in terms of how we've landed in many of the places we've landed, that it does, you know, bring us back into that arena. And that's not that, I wouldn't say, I would agree with Joe. It's not strongly captured here.
Yeah, and I mean, where would you suggest we capture that in the goals? It could be captured in several places. I'm just curious.
I think it would be valuable to kind of back away and take a look at this in light of this retreat, and say, you know, in light of what we've just stuck all over the walls and reported out on, would we change these 4 titles in any way? And have we really captured what we've just spent, you know, 2 days capturing here?
Well, I guess, Carla, that was our question to you. What have we missed? What's wrong with the goals as they are now?
So what I see here is not nearly as broad or diverse or as complex as what I think we have developed today in many of these breakout discussions. And I just think there's more meat on the bone to add to all of these, or, you know, I would just want I would want you all to have the flexibility. This may or may not be the perfect title now that we've gone through the exercise we've just gone through.
I think I hear you, Carla. I think I hear what you're saying. I think there is going to be a lot more meat on the bone on these goals, right? I mean, there's going to be a lot underneath these as we do, you know, but I think, yeah, can we put all these things under these categories, maybe is what you're, you know, while at the same time keeping a document that doesn't get so lengthy. And so, which has also been kind of another objective of the subcommittee, is really keeping this somewhat concise. That's a hat trick.
I know it was a small miss, but on the first goal, of the listing of all the partner agencies, it does not include the Forest Service.
Yeah.
Okay, Liz, thank you. Oh, come on. Hey, Ben, can you hear me now? Can see you. Okay,
Yes,
great.
thank
Thank you. Right to the edge here. So I was just asking Jim, you know, we introduced the U.S. Forest Service into the consideration. And is there anything, as you're starting to think about this, that you have an intention for? Because I think it makes sense. I think it just makes a lot of sense. But is it filling a gap of some sort specifically, is what I'm just kind of, I want to put my mind around.
Liz, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Actually, I'm not sure either. I'm trying to get a deeper dive on mentioning the U.S. Forest Service, because I think there is some expectation, and I'm just wondering, is there a gap? But I'm saying, Brenda, it makes a lot of sense to me, given the presence and the location in the communities on the landscape, that we do that. So I'm just trying to figure, make sure I'm focusing.
I see us trying to influence some of the policy, and I don't think that happens in communications between ODF and the Forest Service. I think that happens with our congressional delegation. So I am talking about a more active role, working with those Congress people and with our senators and with their staffs pushing them for changes on this really and increasing the level of mitigation resiliency work that needs to happen on these federal forests. That's simple.
So Jim, those are actions and strategies. Those are not
Yeah.
goals. So back to the goals. What is missing besides the Forest Service as a partner that can't encompass what you just described?
I'm not sure. I'm not saying that it was. I think the work here is good. What I'm most concerned about is how the finished product will translate to a tool that is useful for ourselves and for ODF staff. And I think one of the steps has to be we have to develop this to a further point, and then kind of get it in front of people at different levels within the ODF organization and see what their takeaways are from it. Do they get it? What sticks with them, what doesn't, what don't they understand?
So that is exactly the approach that we plan to take here. But we don't want to go forward with too much specificity around these actions until we're sure we have the goals correct. If we don't have the goals correct, then we're just going to go around in circles. So that's our request here.
Yeah, and Brenda, I don't know that anybody's saying here in the room that we think the goals are incorrect. I think the other thing that's important is we don't lose this conversation that we've had. I know it's hard in this kind of strategic planning to not get ahead of ourselves and come back. It's just very difficult, right?
Yeah.
To do that. It's anybody that's done this kind of strategic planning, there tends to be a nature of that. We all try to leap ahead. But I think it's just really important for the subcommittee to capture that. We have jumped ahead to a certain degree, but capture that information so that we can try to plug it in somewhere underneath one of these goals. I think it falls into kind of this base foundational goal, which is maintain biodiverse, promoting functional dynamic ecosystems. I think that's where that's my personal opinion.
I agree.
Where it lands.
Right. So Joe, I completely agree with you. But what you said, you haven't heard anybody say that the goals as stated are not okay. But I have not heard anything that resembled a consensus is that they are okay.
So I think just as a process point, the subcommittee really wants some level of confirmation from the rest of you that they're heading in the right direction with this, because they don't want to be misfiring. And so this is the opportunity for them to ask you that. And the energy is around dropping into those more specific strategies. So we'll get there. But if you could just take one step back, and I'm going to invite ET and other board members who aren't sitting on the subcommittee, just to either confirm with the subcommittee that, yes, these look right. They will encompass a lot of the conversations that you've had today and will continue to have with regards to strategies. Or there's actually something quite missing here, and that would be helpful feedback for them at this juncture. So Chandra, I'm going to jump to you, and then I'm going to come back to Liz and invite other ET members to weigh in.
Yeah, thanks. I think I don't really see anything major missing from this. Again, I think it really reflects very well the way that we started bucketing our overarching goals at our previous retreat. The only things I'd note, and I think it gets captured again in resilient communities, I think, but is that tribal and cultural lens and making sure those values are accurately depicted and represented in a standalone way. I'd like to see that lens applied here. And then I was just thinking through some of the buckets that some of the other groups were articulating previously. And I think as noted, I guess I would just encourage all of us to think about when we were creating buckets or having topics of conversation, if those are appropriately in goals or actions, or some of what I'm hearing is actually, I think, in principles or suggestions for maybe some of those items that we might want to have. And so that just leads me to a question. So again, I affirm all of these. I like the direction that's going. I don't think there's any major gaps. What's our process for the principles in articulation of those? Because I do think some of the items might be appropriately addressed there as well.
Do you have suggestions specifically about topics that came up that you see might be woven into the principles?
Well, and I like, to me, some of the way we engage or collaborate or educate, even like some of those, I like how, you know, principles around that, I think I could see in there. I also think there's a possibility around some of the items I was hearing in the policy space and even in the innovation space, that may be just principles that we would like to encourage. The place-based conversation as well, that's potentially something in that space as well. So I haven't gotten down to language or thinking that through a whole lot. It just seemed to me that there may be some opportunity to address some of those things in a broader way, maybe through the principles.
Great. Yeah. Thank you, Liz.
So I generally think that these are good because I think I'm looking at them very broadly, but I'm wondering what the process is, Robin, when if Jim has something that says, you know, I'd like to add this, and then we get down the line and then we say, oops, you know, guess what? It's not, it doesn't fit in one of these categories. I'm imagining that we will have a adaptive way to make sure that it is encompassing. So that's my concern is they're broad. I think they're encompassing. I think they'll work, but it's a process. And so
yeah,
I don't want to get to a point where it's an important piece and we go through and say, guess what? We're past that point. The water's under the bridge. We're not going to include it. So I'm thinking you have a process that won't allow us to do that, correct?
I think it's very porous, this document and the content that you're developing and evolving, it's very porous at this point. So my sense of process in terms of when we start to really narrow into, are we getting the right words on the page, happens several months out. And the center of gravity process wise is your subcommittee. So they're the ones that will be taking all of this in and trying to do sense making both in content, but also like, how do we organize this into a meaningful document that's going to be reflective of these conversations? So I think we're taking notes on that and want to make sure that, you know, they need to hold space for evolving the types of conversations that you all are having today with regards to federal forest policy, for example. So really appreciate the discussion. And I don't think we want to cut that off in any way and want to just, you know, honor that the subcommittee needs to make sure that they're heading in the right direction with the higher level stuff too, so that they're not missing something and that we don't have to backtrack unnecessarily, if you will. So I think that's a really good segue, actually. And I want to just, before I move, can I ask the executive team members who aren't part of the subcommittee to just also offer some confirmation or feedback on the general goals that are shared here? Joy's creeping the microphone toward her. Go ahead.
I was hoping I was super discreet about that. So the one thing that jumped out at,
I'm not sure.
I'll bring it much closer. So I think overall, I think the goals definitely get us in the direction we want to be headed. The only one I was kind of wondering about, because I'm not on the subcommittee, so I don't know kind of what discussions have happened around the climate leadership goal. Not at all disagreeing with that, but wondering if more broadly, it's a category of forestry leadership, of which climate is a focal point, land management, wildfire, and I saw those as listed as areas for potential leadership. But just looking at it through the lens of really, it feels like there are much broader places and opportunities that the board and department absolutely should be involved in bold visionary leadership related to forestry. And I don't know that that would comfortably fit into the other areas, but that would also be an opportunity on the broader federal forest policy side of things to incorporate a lot of that work along with the resilient communities goal.
So help me understand, were you suggesting, I didn't quite capture what you're suggesting?
So more that the one that's currently titled as climate leadership.
Yeah.
Kind of looked more broadly at
Forestry.
forestry related areas where we could be on the forefront of that leadership.
Thank you for that feedback. And if any of the subcommittee group wants to weigh in on that, other ET members, yeah, Andy.
I was just looking at the list of stuff that our group came up with. You know, we had those 6 different buckets. I don't think it's too hard to find a home for those buckets, right? Just through this exercise in those 4 goals that currently exist. And maybe it kind of helps shape the strategies that are developed underneath those goals. And the place-based conversation that keeps coming up, I think that could easily be addressed in the principles. And whether we just modify one of the existing principles to acknowledge that, so that the plan recognizes that as we develop solutions under a given strategy, that needs to be part of the process that's utilized, as opposed to carving things up into more pieces.
Okay. I think that I'm seeing a lot of head nods, and I've heard that similar sentiment from a few other people. Cal?
Yeah. I think I heard Chandra also mention putting an education principle in there. I would echo that. We work on that. And then also, if we think about all the issues that were talked about yesterday, I believe they all fit under these goals. Okay, they have a home somewhere. And I agree with Andy that we can find homes for every one of them under these goals.
Josh?
Yeah, I agree with those comments. I think everything that we've generally talked about, there would be a home underneath these goals. And as I think about the process as we go to the next level, right, and we begin to address strategies and things that fit underneath those goals, one thing I'll be watching for is to see if everything is fitting as we think it will, right, as we get more into the process. And so maybe there's, just keeping an eye to, if we find something that doesn't fit, we may need to circle back to the goal piece. But as far as I see everything now and kind of understand and translates for me, I think everything could find a home here in the current set of goals that exist.
Mike's good. Okay. Brenda, were you trying to hop in?
No, that's fine. I just wanted to circle back to something. We can do that later.
Okay. All right. So subcommittee, do you feel like you've got enough confirmation on this to take the step?
So Robin, I'm assuming you're going to kind of pull together a lot of this stuff for the next subject, and then we can have that conversation about where we start to place these things we've heard. I'm assuming.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure I had an opportunity to say that, yeah, I'm in agreement that things are looking good. I'm a little bit concerned because I think it's a different direction for us to take responsibility around education, either ourselves or doing what we can with the public on these issues. I'm a little concerned about that being added as a principle. I mean, yes, you can do that, but it seems like if we were to decide that it's a departure, and I don't see it really having a home exactly in any of these. So I'll just throw that out for you guys to chew on. And you guys, it ends up your responsibility to solve all this, of course. Yeah. And of course, I'll whatever I want to do later and change and everything, I'll just, isn't that something I get to do?
Oh.
Just kidding.
See, Matt, what I reflected also, I just want to be clear from Chandra, was a principle around the way we engage and collaborate with communities and the public is what I heard. So I just want to clarify that that's what you were suggesting as a potential principle. This might be a separate and distinct from the question around education and what the role of policy making around that is. So Matt, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, and Joy, I'm not sure if I captured what you were talking about specifically, but if it is, I agree on climate leadership. It seems very focused. It's a broad topic, but it's focused. And if we're looking at forest policy on non-federal land, if we're talking about forest policy on federal land, if we're talking about wildland fire policy, it's all encompassing. So would a natural resources leadership, we are leaders in the field in a lot of these areas. And if we want to be considered as leaders in the field, encompassing private forest policy, federal forest policy, wildland fire policy, not only how it impacts private landowners, but fire on national forests as well, would there be consideration to expand that goal a little wider, and climate would be a part of that, an important part of that goal.
Great. It's good food for thought for the subcommittee to think about how you're framing that one. Brenda.
Yeah, thanks. Just a couple of reactions. Jim, I agree with you about the education piece. And I think we can easily try to coordinate that with Oregon State University's degree programs, but also the Extension Service, which has statewide responsibility for forest education in every county. Relative, the one I was going to circle back on was Joy's comment about the about climate, and I guess the broader question here is that we have purposefully focused this around the climate smart forestry approach. And the question I have then is that the correct framing?
Yeah, I guess what I interpreted, Brenda, was not that. I think they're trying to make it more broader. I think is what Matt's point was. Our climate leader, natural resource leadership includes climate leadership. It's what it would be encompassing of that to open up that goal to be more broad of a bucket, I guess.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. I guess we could talk about that as a subcommittee, because everything that is done on forest lands over the next 20 years is going to be driven by changes in climate. So the question is which is more foundational, that or the policy on various land ownerships?
This is Ben. I just wanted to jump in briefly. And I just wanted to echo what Josh had said about these goals look like they can encompass everything we want to put in there, but very much if some strategy or tactic or action comes along that doesn't really fit, that's a place where we reevaluate. And that's part of the iterative process of this. And I just wanted to highlight what you said, Josh, and appreciate that's how I see this process as well.
How?
I just wanted to make a comment on that principle about education. And I guess as a principle, I like the talking what Chandra brought up, but I wanted to make sure that we understood when I say education, we need to understand the importance of education and bringing good discourse, dealing with workforce issues. And I'm not saying that we take over the roles of the Oregon State University. My God, we couldn't do that. Or any other educational institution like Southwestern Oregon Community College. Have to say that for Coos Bay, but that we understand that role and the importance. And we ourselves have a lot of, from the agency standpoint, a need to educate the public about different things, rules, science, why we're doing things, so on and so forth. So that's what I thought maybe keep that up in the forefront, that we are educators in a lot of areas too.
So a couple things on the kind of education collaboration side of things. We do have currently as one of the draft principles a focus on the importance of collaboration and communication to building and maintaining those relationships. But also more broadly, it'll ultimately be part of achieving every goal in here. Will be educating, informing, collaborating, communicating. So it's one of those actions that I would bet would get incorporated into every one of the goals, because we can't be successful in a silo all by ourselves, just pushing uphill. The other quick note related to the principles overall is I'm glad we're coming up with a lot of these concepts, like, you know, making sure there is a focus on things like education or communicating or outreach, and some of the other potential principles that have come up. And I'm wondering how many of those will actually end up within kind of the goals section that'll still be built out of, is it kind of a, this is how we operate as far as the Department of Forestry, versus this is what the board and department value in how we do the work we do.
I don't want to beat a dead horse on this education piece, but I want to be clear, you know, because I think, you know, we've always had lots of different parts of the responsibility of the organization includes a lot of different forms of education. My real point here is that I think in this era of climate change and wildfire and all, that we would really benefit by having broader public understanding of a lot of the issues, the big forest issues. And I don't think I'm not saying that we need to be the people in charge of that, but I think we need to recognize that what is happening in today is pretty inadequate, I would say. And so, you know, what I was encouraging is a discussion of what should be our role and or what should we encourage. And I definitely think that's not something that is wholly up to us. I think it does involve certainly the governor's office. But that's where I was going.
But does that preclude it from being a principle how we operate?
Oh,
Okay, that's all I want to ask.
okay.
Okay. So I think with the remaining little bit of brain energy we have left for this, just want to come back to acknowledge that there were a lot of kind of strategy type conversations that emerged out of the discussions today and even along the tour yesterday. So I want to just make sure we are getting those in the queue to take back first to the subcommittee to make sure they're kind of holding space for that and figuring out, just doing some meaningful conversations around that and figuring out where it fits even in this FPFO, but also a way to advance those discussions for the next time we get together, so we're not losing these. So the big ones, I think we've already hit on a number of times: the federal forest policy issue, whether or not there's specific strategic elements around place-based, in addition to it being a broader principle of how you do this work. And then there's this piece around kind of strategies for helping to have a more informed public on forest issues, forestry and forest issues. Were there other kind of big kind of topics that we don't want to lose sight of, that you don't want to lose sight of, that we make sure we bring back into this next round of work with the subcommittee that emerged out of these discussions?
To me, those are the big ones that
Okay.
I captured. I mean, you captured them there, Robin. But I think it'll be really important, and you're going to capture all these Post-it notes and bring these all back
Yeah.
and kind of summarize them so that we can kind of digest those again. I think that'll be important.
Yep.
Robin, could I ask a clarifying question?
Oh, yes. Go ahead, Brenda. Sorry.
So for the group that's there, since I wasn't able to be on the tour yesterday, how are you defining place-based approaches? Does that mean that every forest type, every stand receives a treatment which is based upon science, the best appropriate treatment to advance our goals? Or does it have some other meaning? I'm just not clear on that term.
I'll try, Brenda. I think it was really around the idea that there are unique challenges and unique places that require unique solutions. It isn't necessarily trying to be broad in every single, stand type or forest type, but it's a recognition that one solution in one place may be different from another solution in another place.
Sure. So it's basically developing prescriptions for each stand to achieve goals across the landscape. Is that correct?
No, that's not. No, it would be more generalized, more specific to. I mean, on the tour, we just we looked at some examples of very specific solutions to the East Moraine, for instance, was becoming a community forest and a solution space to find a solution for that particular challenge in Wallowa County. We talked about the Minam property that Manulife has and how that property is being ultimately sold into ODF&W. And that's another specific solution so that's really what those are kind of the examples, I guess, from the tour. We're trying to use that.
I would say compares the issues here in Wallowa County to ONC lands and the firefighting challenges there. That would be a good example of very different needs on some place-based solution.
That's right. Or, you take it to the coast or, different areas related to Western Oregon. And
sure.
So anyway, that was the intent of that.
Okay. Thank you. That helps. And I think that is built into the first goal. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for that clarification. So did we miss any big topics that came up that we haven't mentioned? We need to make sure we bring forward. And yes, I will take all of the beautiful Post-it stickies and we'll put those into both a raw kind of document that you all can see. So just a reflection, of what you wrote down, but then we'll do some sense making of it in the subcommittee as a next step. Okay. All right. So just a quick little transition over to looking out ahead at the rest of the process. So Liz, thank you for asking that question of, what process from here. I distributed, and you should have it if you're watching online as well. This was posted with the materials, but it's just a quick work plan for the FPFO. And we're still tracking. Which is good. So the spring was really the April board retreat was around looking at goal themes and really specifically kind of diving into the resilient communities aspect. The summer will be a chance for the subcommittee to continue to refine the strategies, kind of start to evolve some of the strategy ideas within the goal themes now that we've got some confirmation of direction there. And you will probably have an opportunity to hear a little bit mid-process of what some of the community engagement work is revealing. So somebody mentioned Oregon's Kitchen Table is doing a community engagement effort right now. We'll have an opportunity to get some of that preliminary feedback into this work as soon as this summer. And then at the June board meeting, the idea is that we might really kind of work to continue to evolve the strategies piece of this. And fall will be for kind of strategies and then the sub layers of defining some of the metrics and challenges around those. There will be some community conversations as another thread of community engagement that they'll be working on. So that'll be another opportunity are we reflecting what values the communities are saying to us about what they care about? And then the winter will be just more trying to pull this together into a cohesive document. At the same time, the agency will be looking at kind of what the system for tracking progress on these pieces will look like going forward. So whether that shows up in their action plans or what that system is going to look like, they'll have something to share with you of how they're designing something to track progress on these different goals going forward. And then we really won't anticipate having full action plans, work plans from the various units of the division or of the department until next year. So we don't anticipate that we'll have all of that body of work done this year. It just isn't realistic. But there will be kind of a tip out into the new year for that sort of level of detail. Once you've all really confirmed the higher arching pieces of this FPFO that sets the direction and guidance. And then there's likely going to be some version, I don't know what the agency has planned yet, for a kind of a more specific public outreach on the document itself. So there'll be an opportunity to get feedback from through like a public comment process. But that, again, won't happen until after the first of the year. So the bulk of the work that you're doing will be happening through these iterative stages with the subcommittee and the broader board ET stops along the way. Any questions about that? Yeah, Cal.
Looking over your plan, I think it covers all the major bases, but I don't want to lose something Ryan brought up early about the title. And I know he's talked about this before. If we could put it on the to-do list somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
Will do.
All right, I'm ready to be, I'm usually shot down on these things immediately, but I've already got an idea, so I'll throw it out there, Ryan. Go ahead and shoot it down. Hurt my feelings, but here it is. Drum roll. Healthy forests, healthy trees, a plan for Oregon. There you go. And okay, yeah. No, that's it. And I guess the last thing I just want to say is thank you for all of you for being here and everybody's great energy for this. And a big thank you to our subcommittee and for the work that you've done and that you will do. No one is more grateful than me to not be leading all of that. So big thank you.
Any other closing comments from Cal or other members of this group?
Oh, okay. Well, I think this meeting was very productive and I think we're keeping up with the schedule. And I just want to appreciate everybody's work on this and specifically appreciate the contributions from the subcommittee on this and then a lot of the work of the wordsmithing and putting this stuff together between Robin, Ryan and Danny and John and the cast of thousands, but appreciate everything you've done. Well, one more thing. I like your title. It's got a catchy thing to it.
Yeah, I'll
It's buttering me up. Yeah, right.
No, not to butter up the chair, but that's pretty good.
Yeah, I think, Jim, you just need to be sure that you're prepared to define healthy.
Brenda, please.
Anytime, Jim, anytime.
I think this has been very productive. This is difficult work. This really is very difficult work and often frustrating and we bounce around a lot and trying to interpret it. And I'll try to work very hard with my other subcommittee members to try to interpret what I've heard here today on this tour and yesterday and take that back. So I'll do that. And Robin, you have a lot of work to kind of compile a lot of this information for us also to make sure that we don't lose a lot of this. And that's what I want to make sure that we don't lose this work. One of the challenges with this is that we come at this kind of infrequently and it's just the nature of this board and trying to do this work is hard, right? And so I'd really I ask for help from Robin and Ryan, help us with this to make sure, remind us of the things that we've talked about and we don't lose those things, even going back to the first meeting and such. So but been great work, great meeting. Thank you.
So I just wanted to say that I appreciated all y'all that came in from the field and took time that you're always so busy doing. I think it really added value to the ET and to the board. And I enjoyed our discussions over coffee and in the van and your perspectives. So refreshing. Thank you.
I think one other thank you, which is I thank the executive team and all our representatives from ODF that have participated in this
done a great job. It's really been valuable. Thank you, Matt. Everybody else.
Well, I think with that, it's a wrap for today, and I look forward to taking some more steps with you all on this. Just really appreciate the time and the focus and the energy and this beautiful place that we got to be in over the last couple of days. So I think with that, we'll let you on with the rest of your day, and see you soon. Bye, everybody on Zoom.